SLC S29 at the 16th IEEE European Conference on Antennas and Propagation held in Sweden in 2022, awarded the INSA Visiting Scientist Fellowship for 2017-18. Professor Mukherjee has also received the Young Engineer Award of Institution of Engineers India in 2016. Contributions made by our esteemed keynote speaker have been acknowledged globally, with inclusion in the top 2% scientists of the world by Stanford University. Please join us as we welcome Professor Vishwajit Mukherjee on the dais to share his expertise and insights with us. Thank you so much for that illustrious introduction. Really would, I really remember that when I really always, also so many years for it has been built up that's led to the people to decide always. But let me first take this conversation. Professor VC Pandya, thank you so much for inviting me. And I would feel it my responsibilities if I do not start by saying my deepest and deepest tribute to Professor Shalini Gupta. Um, Ma'am, let me actually put a small confession. Um, it is almost like, as it is a matter of pride and honor that I'm presenting something, it is equally a matter of absolute nervousness for me because I'm speaking in front of my teacher. And to be speaking, to be delivering a keynote makes it even more hard and a burden. In fact, a kind of a responsibility that you bear on your shoulders because I am whatever I am as a reflection of what Professor Shanti Gupta has taught. And in fact, I've been taking certain excerpts from her course on physics on ray optics that he has taught us. And today I'll be actually talking about metamaterials and how we are using AI and ML in fact complete driven system of the metamaterials and the meta services in electromagnetic field. So, ma'am, in case I get a little deviated, I hope I will not lose any of my marks in practical examination as of now. That is one of the biggest satisfactions. Uh, but, ma'am, I will not be able to start without taking your blessings. Now, let me just give a little brief about what I'm going to talk about the role of AI and ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning in specific domain of high frequency electronics. Now, high frequency electronics is a different ballgame. It's very different so far, when we talk about any DC or AC kind of a circuit, or we are talking about any of the regular communications. It's slightly actually different and more complicated. What are the different complications of it that we talk about? I'm definitely a knife and a niche to the area of AI and ML, but if I just go ahead, there's just a little background of what I have done after taking off from SMR IPM from my BTech course, where I have now guided almost more PhD students who have worked in the areas of directed resonator antennas, meta services, meta materials, and certain list of the projects which I have actually did. But there are two projects which I would actually like to draw your attention on, which has drawn me towards AI and ML. One is a funded project of NCRT. Now, NCRT came up with this wonderful problem to us one day, and the principal investigator to that research project. And the trouble was that why we read our textbooks of NCRT, which has been very conventional, and it's very obvious that you always go through the complete derivation, you come go through the complete text, and you try to create your own way of learning. So there is something which is called as cognition, and based on the cognition, I'm going to develop on that intelligence. So I'm actually getting intrigued about artificial intelligence and machine learning by just pointing out these two words. So the trouble is that when somebody for the first time introduces you to the concept of electric current, to the concept of electrostatic forces, half of us are eventually lost. Because what you study in class 11 with classical mechanics, thermodynamics, you can touch and feel it. So if there is a heat, you can just touch something, you can feel that yes, there is a heat which has been transferred. When you talk about any certain mechanical concept, you can actually verify it also by looking onto it. So there's a visualization with it. Trouble with class 12 physics is that it is absolutely based on visualization. Now, there is a conductor, but I cannot see that there is a current which is flowing. There is a certain field which is associated with that conductor. We have got the Lorentz force, we have got Maxwell's equations, so many things which are eventually providing us, but we cannot see anything happening. Why? Because it's very obvious. If you look onto the electromagnetic spectrum, our eyes are sensitive to they're basically sensitive to the light rays. So the optical part is actually visible. Anything away from the optical part of the electromagnetic spectrum is not visible to us. That does not mean that it does not exist. We have got IR rays, we have got UV, X rays, gamma, alpha, beta, we've got all sorts of rays onto the higher frequency. Go towards the lower frequency, all the radio frequency communication, the complete microwaves, the complete gigahertz, ISM band, whatever you are doing in your commercial application, that's specifically into the lower part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So it's more about your visualization, whether you can actually see an electromagnetic wave by virtue of your understanding. So that is where lies cognition. So the biggest trouble with this class 12 physics was when we first teach our students something that there is a charge. We have to first tell them that there is, you have to go inside the atom, and you have to tell them that there is either a loss of electron or there is a certain gain of electron. Then how does the atom look like? You have to go back to the Bohr atomic theory, and you have to tell them that there is certain nucleus which has protons and neutrons in the center, and the electrons are all revolving around it. How does it actually look like? The best way is try to look onto the solar system, because we have taken some pictures of the solar system. So where does the cognition start? The cognition starts with first, there is a solar system wherein sun is in the center. All the other planets are revolving around sun. So that becomes the orbits around the proton and the neutron. And on top of it, every individual planet is also rotating around its own axis, which we now call as electron orbital momentum, which is responsible for the generation of the magnetic field. So how do we teach our class 12 students? Let's look at the solar system. That is cognition. And why do I particularly talk about cognition? You cannot have an intelligence without a cognition. And let me again tell you that my best teacher of artificial intelligence, machine learning and cognition is my 2.5-year-old daughter. Looks very strange, but that's the fact. When you talk about, when we gradually go on to neurons and everything, we'll actually learn that what we are doing with artificial intelligence and machine learning is nothing but mentoring a child with a certain level of language. And if you understand that natural biological process, life becomes extremely easy to train artificial intelligence and machine learning. The second project wherein we are implementing this artificial intelligence and machine learning is a sponsored project of ISRO, which is in collaboration with SAC Ahmedabad and IIT is our local partner, wherein we are trying to talk about meta services and meta materials. So I'll come to that particular topic gradually when we unfold. So, why particularly, I said that cognition and artificial intelligence is taught to me by my daughter. Let me take a very small example. Suppose you're cooking something in your kitchen, and you've got your kids who are just running around. What is the first thing which as a parent that you would like to tell them? Don't try to touch anything which is hot, right? We people are already aware of it that if there is something which is being put up on the burner and there is a certain flame on it, if you touch it, then obviously we've got sensors in our respective hands, so whatever is the skin part which is getting in contact with it, and that will create a burning sensation. But the child is a black board. The child knows nothing about heat, temperature, pressure, anything. So how do they learn? By mistake, they will actually touch something which is hot and then hear at the top of their voice that there is a certain level of discomfort which has come. How does that whole triggering process take place? Neurons. It is the sensory networks which lies onto the organ which is coming in contact with that particular hot flame or object. And that is the immediate response which the body gives you to the neurons, which is in terms of, again being stifled and you get a response to it. That response can be a yell or a cry or a shout or something, the way the child is going to showcase it. So next, what does it happen? If you very carefully observe, the first time when the child actually touches something hot, please observe this, the child is in touch with the object, with that hot object for a certain time period. What happens if it is replicated for the second or the third time? That is already a pre-fed information which we also call as training into the mind that there is something which is hot and so I will not touch it. And even if there is a small point of contact, I immediately remove my hand. But for the first time, I'm talking about the very first time when the child actually touches that hot object, the contact is at least for some fraction of a second. It's not that small also that you can just immediately remove. Why do I come to that? When you get into the basics of artificial intelligence and machine learning again, the first thing is we tell neuron, we have got our basic set on which we develop. And what is equally important is what we train the neurons with. What kind of an information do we pass it on and how much do we train the neuron? That's why every AI DS or every AI ML person always talks about a training with, and we always say that how many data inputs have you actually given to it to test that the algorithm is accurate or not, or it's going to work out in the different areas or not. So that training becomes equally important. Once you have this training onto the cognition, that will give you a learning, which is basically the intelligence on which we operate. That's the complete fundamental principle of understanding artificial intelligence and machine learning. So those only the same set of things has actually been explained through some of the very classical examples of machine learning. One of the definitions that was initially given by Tao back in 1998, where he said that learning is any process by which a system improves performance from the experience. So what I just quoted as an example remains classified and remains absolutely at the foundation of it. That until and unless we don't train the neurons, we will not be able to get into a learning. And until and unless we don't learn that particular algorithm, that algorithm is not being trained properly, we cannot get into the concept of intelligence. So to build up intelligence, the first part is we have to develop onto the training part, which is cognition. So we have to get into the cognition of it. Again, the same set of things have been replicated over and over again. And why particularly ML was being used? See, the biggest challenge in the war, where almost all the geographical boundaries are eventually coming down, is the war or battle of data. Everybody is interested to know what is your data and what is my data. People would actually like to know that what is the salary structure of somebody who's into a job. People would like to include into the bank account. If somebody, with all due respect, but if somebody is getting into the serials, I'm sure everybody would like to know that what is happening into my neighbor's house, what is happening into the relationship cluster, what is somebody's personal health data. All those are extremely important set of data. And what we want is how do we include into the data so that we can get more and more information. Because again, if you process the data, you get something which is more relevant and becomes my information. So whenever we are talking about why particularly ML is being used, we want that the data should be trained as much as possible so that it can lead you to a certain level of information. And these are some of the examples. One of them was navigation on Mars. Obviously, when you look onto the telemetry tracking and control, I cannot control the rover right from Earth, and even if I pass on that information, it will take through the electromagnetic field also if it propagates. It is going to propagate. It will still take me at least 24 to 30 minutes, or maybe even more, depending on what is the distance between the Earth and the Mars rover at that point of time. It can go up to even up to 1.5 hours. So the point is, what would the rover do in case there is a damage which has taken place? It has to get into a self-building mode so that it can correct out whatever crash or whatever data leak has actually taken place from there. One of these preliminary set of example again where the artificial intelligence was first being used was with Voyager 2 rover. I'm not sure if you people have actually followed the Voyager 2. The last classical photograph of Voyager 2 was when it moved out of the solar system, it just sent the last photograph of the outer area, the outer periphery of the solar system with just one very pale blue spot. And that pale blue spot was Earth. And then after that, the complete the mode of it went into the power stable mode, and all the payloads which have been there on the Voyager have all been turned off. Why particularly artificial intelligence was first needed there, although it was not coined at that point of time. The need was how do we align the rover with reference to the receiving station as well as the transmitter of the rover, which is now already moved millions of kilometers away from us. How do we get both of them into the point of contact? So one of the possible solutions was go into the low frequency of spectrum. It's very obvious if you've got a radio, I can receive the radio signals even inside this particular auditorium. Or I can, even if it's a mobile phone, I can keep it under the desk, I can keep it in my pocket, and I'll still be able to receive the radio frequency signals. Higher in the set of frequencies, obviously we need a line of sight of communication. So one of the possible solutions was get down to the low frequency spectrum. If you go down to the lower frequency spectrum, communication has a barrier. And the barrier is this bandwidth. We cannot have a very wide band of communication. The bandwidth becomes extremely small. And let me tell you, rover has a bandwidth, the Voyager 2 rover has a bandwidth of 16 bits per second. You cannot imagine a communication with 16 bits per second on your mobile phone. For that matter, if you open your YouTube, possibly it will not open only. It will only just keep on rotating clockwise, anti-clockwise, whatever you've configured your mobile phone. But it works on 16 bits per second. The next trouble, the communication itself is coming from so billion kilometers away that the signal strength which is coming down to you is already at the noise floor level. If it is already at the noise floor level, what to do? Best is reduce the temperature. So we operate the receivers typically at the order of 5 Kelvin or maybe 10 Kelvin at max. but we cannot go beyond 10 Kelvin. 10 Kelvin is also a huge temperature for such a large distance in which the communication is taking place. So where does the AI and ML, first being pointed, why was it actually being used? To see to it that whatever angle the rover is transmitting its data, it should be receptive of Earth. So what did we do? Again, there were multiple clusters which were created of the receivers. One of them was actually put up in Spain. I had the privilege of visiting Spain in 2023. That is the point when I had convened a session there. So they had actually shown the large photograph how it actually receive it. So the best part was orient your complete receiver system and whatever bare minimum signal that you are actually getting, you have to increase the SMR value. If you increase the signal to noise ratio, then you will be able to extract the signal data and you will be able to remove the noise level so that you can extract the information out of it. That is where AI ML was first being put up there. Because even the conventional physics was actually unable to extract the complete data of the signal to noise ratio. Even if you lower down the temperature, 5 Kelvin is okay. You cannot go down to 0 Kelvin. Because if you go down to 0 Kelvin, all the motion will actually cease. So now we have to come down to a certain level wherein we can extract the information and we can eliminate all the noise levels. So typical examples of this machine learning and this AI part was actually done very long back. Now we have actually come up with this buzzword of what AI and ML actually is. These are some of the operation boards where I'm sure many of you might already be aware of how we actually operate. You have to give a certain test data, and more the test data you have, better would be the classification and better would be the efficiency of that particular algorithm on which you are operating. Some of the standard machine language, these were algorithms. What is this artificial intelligence? If you have the complete data set with you, now I can ask the entity that yes, you can start performing certain activity if you've been put up altogether alone in a secluded environment. And one of those examples was robotics, wherein for the first time AI and ML onto an individual set of components was being introduced. That was for the first time when in robotics the artificial intelligence was actually being taken up. So one of the classical examples which always remains is artificial neural network. And wherein we come down again to two of the most preliminary components, which is either a neuron or a perceptron. Again, the neuron is again derived from the very fundamental block of the human chain, of the human body of the nerve. Neuron are the building blocks of any nervous system. From there, you get immediate response. So we teach something which is called as response to a stimuli. That is where the neurons eventually start operating, and that again becomes the foundation of any AI, ML, or data science. These are typically the model of all the different artificial neural networks, which I will not actually get into any of the details with, or maybe even the perceptron. I would actually like to get onto how this AI and ML has been used specifically for electronics. So one of the examples is cloaking, which is either I've always said a magic or reality. And I'm sure many of us must have already seen the Harry Potter movie, and we had a wonderful Harry Potter cloak. So we are working at Delhi University also we are working in this particular domain of designing meta materials or meta surfaces wherein we can actually get a cloaking. Cloaking is basically a fundamental property of a meta material, which is an artificial structured material where what we try to do is if we can bend light. So light bending is a well-known phenomena, whether that is the total internal reflection, whether you move from a denser to a rarer medium or a rarer to a denser medium. Again, all the lay optics is very well taken care of. So what does actually cloaking do? One of the way is either we do it manually. How do we actually go ahead with the manual part is, let's say if I record a certain event and then bypass what is there around and then recreate the image again onto the back, that can be one of the manual way of cloaking. Because my aim is that whatever part is visible to me, visible to the human eye, that is something called as a real image. I want to see something which is concealed from me. I want to see even that particular part, that what is basically even concealed. Or if I want to conceal something, it should look that as if it is into a realistic environment, and it is camouflaged by the complete area around. So how do we go ahead with a simple digital clock? Is one of the most simplest way or manual way is I create the image and reproduce it on the object itself. So now it looks like as if the complete object has blended around. And so that's the simplest way of creating a manual way of flow. What does the scientific part actually look up to? So this is something where Shalini ma'am had actually initially taken up all our revision classes on Snell's law, and I'm not violating any of them because that remains. Snell's law will always remain true, and it's very much true over here. The only difference is that whenever now I'm talking about a structure wherein I am having the direction of propagation, I have a propagation direction along the direction of reflection itself, such that propagation vector remains unchanged. That is where I would actually be able to get a cloaking or a meta material. That means meta means artificial materials. So these are artificially created materials wherein I'm trying to bend the light by a certain angle or by a certain medium. So the only thing is that let's say if I have got a simple, like for example, I have my keys right into my pocket right now, and I want to see that vertically. Visible eye spectrum would actually give me that there are my clothes which are actually covering it up, so it's in a confined shell, and so I'll not be able to look at it. If somehow I'm able to deflect the light, even the direction of propagation same, that means I'm looking onto the particular object only, but I'm deflecting the light, whereas the field vectors are now changed, I can still see what is there inside that particular object. So now nothing remains concealed. One of the countermeasures for this can be why don't we go higher in terms of the frequency? Because X-rays is doing exactly what I just said. So X-rays is causing a penetration inside the body, including the IR sensing. If you've been to any of these X-rays or the IR sensing board, they are actually penetrating inside your body. I don't want to penetrate inside your body, but I'll still be able to retrieve the complete set of information. That is what exactly the cloaking or the metamaterial surface would actually do. So one of the ways to actually achieve it is if we can have a certain periodic structures, any sort of object which can have a certain level of periodicity, and that periodic structure would propagate the complete field in the direction, but it would only deflect the light or the incident field into the opposite direction. That's again the same thing which has been used, but there is one very important word which we actually talk of is something called as optical camouflage. Why particularly optical camouflaging? Again, it's very vital for the defense structures, for the defense, because we want that we have to penetrate into the boundaries of my enemy, but I do not want to be disclosed at the same point of time. That is where we actually come down to the case of optical camouflaging, or we come down to something called as invisibility cloak. So this is one of the small examples of the cloaking. So if I put a cloak around, that's exactly what Harry Potter also did. Harry Potter wanted to conceal himself. So what he did was he draped himself inside that particular cloak. Now once he draped himself inside that cloak, the fields would actually move through, but Harry Potter could not be spotted inside while he was inside that particular cloak. So there are two things. One, what angle I'm actually looking on, and second, how polarization sensitive is this particular cloak altogether. So how do we go ahead with this scientific way? One of the simplest way is by looking on the metamaterial structures, which can again be done through simple periodic geometries of the classification of the natural materials which already exist with us. That can be in terms of the fiberglass, that can be in terms of the structures which can be designed, that can be even done through the electronic components that we use. So, once we get onto it, the next trouble is transformation optics. Because this transformation optics would actually tell me how the light actually has to bend. So one of the simplest way to understand how light has to be bent is, let's take the simple example of a river which is flowing. And there's a huge boulder which suddenly comes in between. So what do we actually observe? That the whole water will actually try to deflect from that particular boulder and will re-emerge, and then once again they will cluster together. And then again it will flow through the natural stream. That's exactly what we are trying to do in the case of optical, in the case of this ray optic, we're violating, there's only one principle that I'm violating. I'm not penetrating inside that object anymore. I don't want to penetrate inside the object. The light is now just going to take a complete deflection from the edges and it will re-emerge at the end of it. If I'm able to do it, then I'm able to create a particular flow. The only trouble, what is the direction in which I'm observing? So something which will look like a flow to me in my orthogonal position, if I get onto the entire position, I will not be able to possibly see it in the form of a flow. The complete object might be released. So polarization insensitivity remains extremely challenging for us. These are some of the examples wherein the electronic components were actually being used for meta materials and for the meta surfaces, wherein these three-dimensional objects were actually being known. I'll come to the practical examples also. I'll actually take a very small example from which was taken in my living room. So these materials are also been termed as left-handed materials. Why particularly left-handed materials? Because when you talk about propagation phenomena, they are always either from the rarer to denser or denser to rarer. The field of propagation will be always in the direction of the fields in which it is propagated. But in the case of left-handed, we are now reflecting the fields compared to the direction of propagation. Since it is now in the opposite orientation, we call such materials to be left-handed in nature. And that brings down us to the word which is called as artificial structured materials. They're specifically to be termed as artificial structured materials. Like I again said, they are all periodic in nature. And one of the most simple examples wherein the first periodic structures were taken was a simple splitting resonator which John and Pendry had eventually given somewhere way back in 2000, and a lot of work was actually being built up over there. Again, if I get back onto the three patterns, a simple phenomena, magnetic field lines are continuous in nature, electric field lines are discontinuous. If at certain angles I can create a discontinuity in magnetic field and a continuity of electric field, I can get a violation of the principles and I can have a cloaking which can take place. So, one of these examples or one of the applications of these metamaterials for defense and strategic position is absorbers. For example, again, if I now talk about any airport system, any particular airport, we have got different set of aeroplanes which eventually will land or take off. We've got Boeing, we've got Airbus, we've got different smaller set of aircraft. There are plenty, including helicopters. Nowadays, it's a drone warfare which has eventually come up. What eventually the airport observes is a certain signature which we term as the radar cross section. So my aim is, can I reduce this radar cross section, which is, let's say I've got a Boeing 777. That's a huge aircraft. Can I bring it down to a simple, can I bring down on the microwave panel, can I bring it down to a simple, let's say a Dornier aircraft, which is a two-seater or a four-seater aircraft? Can I bring down to the complete, the signature level to that particular area? Can I bring down or maybe can I escalate a Dornier which looks like a Boeing 777? This is where exactly we need absorption. So whatever signal is being directed to me, I want that it should be absorbed to my complete cluster and I don't want that it should be reflected back at any point of time. Now, where does DNN or where does any of these neural networks eventually help us out? When I get onto any of the structures, which is typically a microwave structure or a metamaterial structure or a cloaking structure, I've got some n number of parameters which I need to optimize. And if I'm being asked to do it mathematically, I think I would have really run out of my BTech course if I was actually asked to do that during my BTech course. It's almost impossible to pick up each and every individual component each and every individual parameter and then ensure that it is optimized to its best level so that I can get my desired set of results. That's next to impossible. What do I do? The previous set of people were always talking about optimization algorithms. Then we've got some wonderful set of numerical techniques where people have been working on. What AI and ML has actually done is by virtue of the different algorithms in which we are operating in, it picks up all these components into the training bits and it will give you the most optimum set of a value for the basis functions that we eventually decide. That basis function would be what we actually set up as a target. If I, let's say, want that the radar cross-section has to be extremely small, if I want that the energy absorbed by it has to be extremely high, it has to heat up a certain filament or it has to act into a cryogenic system. Depending on what kind of a target I set, I will actually put my basis function and train the bits. If I do that using AMN, EMN, CNN, whatever neural languages that you actually want to communicate or use that for, I'll be able to get the most optimal set of values. So as electronics engineer, we are all looking on the application of AI and ML for the different set of objects that we have and try to optimize it as much as possible. So one of those examples was when we were trying to design the microwave absorbers in order to get the minimum cross section and use it as a flow for maximum amount of angle. We actually chose a deep neural network which was DNN, and these were certain, we actually picked up the reverse approach rather than the forward approach for the DNN absorbers. We put all our constraints and what kind of a material constraints we are looking for, whether that's a magnetic material, that's a dielectric material, what kind of a response that we want in the dielectric medium as well as in the permittivity of the substrate, and we'll come down to the simulation parameters. The critical set of parameters which I eventually need to be optimized. Once I set that, I'll use it both for forward and reverse approach and try to find out which of them would eventually give me the best of the set of data sets which I have already decided on the kind of a target that I've already set for myself. So based on that, on the complete estimation, we come down to an absorption level which has to be extremely low, which is typically of the 10 dB of the absorption level. So through that, we again, we put up to the complete data set again to get whatever are the relevant parameters for this particular absorber. Again, we put up for 20 dB of absorption, the parameters are going to change again. If you want minimum reflectivity, again the parameters are going to change. The parameters would actually increase the size of the absorber that I'm trying to do, the periodicity in which it has to be replicated, how many times the periodicity has to be replicated, whether the structure has to be a 10 cross 10 array size or it has to be a 20 cross 20 or 50 cross 50 or 100 cross 100. So what is the optimum size of this particular absorber? All these things we will actually put it into the training set and then try to extract each of the individual set of parameters for the targets that we actually get. And then we will try to predict that depending on how you have set your individual targets, what are the reflection coefficients that you will achieve, or what kind of a reflectivity you will achieve, or what kind of a return loss you are eventually going to get. So all this is all taken care of by the deep neural networks, the ANN and the DNN part. The conclusion part, if I just get on to the video which I actually wanted to show on what exactly this eventually does is, okay. Can somebody just help me out to identify what is there inside it? What is actually this? It's called ice. Many of you must have seen a lot of bubbles actually which come in the market, right? So these are basically the silver bubbles which are placed inside a bottle, and if you put water into it, they will actually inflate, right? That's a simple bubble. This kind of example that I'm trying to take, I'll just run it. I've filled water to some extent. The water is filled only to a certain extent over here. And if I put it across the different colors, the bubbles are not visible, but the color is visible. Now that is basically optical camouflage, something which we do in our regular life. So cloaking is not something which is a magic or a reality, it is very much a reality. But like I said, that it is an eye wash at the same point of time. Because for the current angle, which is an orthogonal angle, which is typically 90 degree, what I can see is that behind this bottle, which has a certain amount of water and those small structures which are already put up, not just one or two, and then you is plenty. So it's a periodicity. If I put it inside it, I can still see the color behind it, which ideally should not have been visible. Ideally, it should not have been visible because if you put any sort of an object, let's say if I put my hand in front of my face, nobody will be able to see my face, right? So if I put a certain object in front of this pink structure, whatever I have, I should not be visibly seeing anything. But I'm able to violate it because the optical camouflaging is caused by this periodic structure. This is one of those small examples where we have meta services or meta materials almost regularly applied in our life. And one of the strategic examples is an invisibility cloak, which has eventually come up from the defense applications. So if the man goes behind this particular cloak, which has actually come from the Hyperstep Biotechnology Private Limited at US, if any object is placed behind this cloak, we can see what is there in the ambience of this particular structure, but we cannot see anything which is behind it or beneath it. So one of those examples where defense is eventually looking up is, can we create cloak for our tanks? Can we create cloak for our defense application for any of the objects like artillery that we use or even for the individual soldiers? So that you can get inside the enemy boundary and yet you will not be able to be identified for the given set of certain frequencies. So this is one of those examples where the meta materials and the cloaks are working. So again, now I've actually come to the final part, which is the conclusion. When we look onto any sort of meta material or meta services, we have got n number of points which have to be optimized. And I would actually request some AI and ML experts to help me out, because if you help me out, possibly I'll be able to get those devices done. That is eventually, the future is actually getting in that direction, wherein you can get the optimization of every individual component being done to the highest standards. That is one of the ways, or one of the application of AI and ML in the high frequency electronics. Okay. With this, I just come to a conclusion, and I keep the house open for any questions.
So many things in communication that are in satellite communication, microwave beaming, and optical also. So these message devices are very much helpful for that, or only used for the clothing?
First and the foremost, when we started off with radio frequency and all, I am a core electromagnetic person, so right from radio frequency to X-rays is my complete standard enough to operate. But yes, these meta surfaces are strictly being used and they are in fact the future. Sir, for a simple example, if you want to conceal something, what we generally tend to do is we try to either keep it, let's say a man is trying to conceal something from, a husband is trying to conceal something from his wife. What we try to do is either try to put it inside our pocket or we try to, rope it in our handkerchief or something. Thanks to the meta services, you don't need to do that. You can create an optical camouflage. But for defense and for space applications, meta services has strictly found applications. We are actually into a war game wherein we want to get inside the enemy boundaries and not to be identified. The trouble is that the electromagnetic spectrum is very limited. So if let's say I am operating on let's say 1 to 10 gigahertz, my enemy is also operating on the same frequency of 1 to 10 gigahertz. Can I get those devices for those particular frequency spectrum? So then it's a win-win situation. So it is still in the area of research, but yes, there's a lot of potential behind it. Lot of potential. If there is any other,
all of us. Very, very good news. Thank you.
Ma'am, then thank you so much. I Professor Mukherjee, I mean, it would be an understatement to say that it's an honor to have you. Welcome back. This is your home, this is your playground. Right before the session began, Professor Mukherjee was sharing with me and Suresh sir that how he was the first batch and this was a luxurious experience. That's the word he used. Everything was new, everything was fresh. We are really honored to have you. Thank you so much for your insightful and your wonderful, wonderful keynote address. Thank you so much, sir. We will all now break for lunch. Thank you for being here, kind audience. Let's reconvene here after 45 minutes. Technical session 1 and 2. Both will take place in 101 right here. Thank you so much for being
रूम नंबर 101 में थोड़ा काम आ गया। 101 में आ गया, कोई मीटिंग स्टार्ट है, थोड़ा काम आ गया, वहीं में मैं बैठा हुआ। इसमें ये क्या हुआ? एक एक घंटे की लाइव आ रहा है, फिर दोबारा लाइव देखना पड़ रहा है।
Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all present here. My paper presentation is on a study on bio-inspired wire-activated robotic arm with teleoperation for biomimicry. The title you see is self-explanatory that what that our robotic arm is inspired from biological structure, and what we are doing is we are controlling through a teleoperation through sensors. And I want to do some introduction. What is bio-inspired robotics? It is a field like we are inspired from the nature, and then we create a robotic system that tries to mimic or like a copy our biological system of human movements like and from animals, and instead of the rigid joint, this provides the flexibility in the arm joint. What are its objective of my paper? How my paper is different from others? The fingers are inspired from the animal called spider monkey, which has four fingers. And there is a wire, monogrammed fiber has been used, which which is to provide acquisition force, and what also there is the material is used is AI is used for what material should be used for this and robotic arm that has been designed. Now let's do the diagram. So this is basically a diagram of a robot which I have created. This has the four fingers, and the stepper motor and the servo motor. They are not directly connected to the joints. There in the polymer fibers, as you can see red lines. These are the fiber wires that transmit force, torque, what to say, from the motor to the joints. And what is the teleoperation? What I have done is I have created this glove and I am controlling this arm through this. I have used a flex sensor, gyro sensor with microcontroller. What will happen when the changes will done, the orientation done, they're like raw pitch in gyro sensor. And flex sensor, if detect any resistance, that will detect with this Arduino Uno. Then after it will transmit to my robotic arm that is consist of a microcontroller and five servos and two servos. And this connection and this wireless communication, real-time signal transmission, and this is done through an RF module, which is a transceiver. Transceiver is better than instead of using Bluetooth module, I use NRF transceiver that help with for the teleoperation to control this robotic arm. What are the work orders? Another most beauty done embedded C++ was used our ideas offers and the PVC sheets. It was considered AI and AML methods were used technique to use that these PVC sheets are suitable for my project or my design or not. And here are some video. You want to convey anything else? Yes, no, I want to convey more. I want to convey more. Actually, I want to know what the concept.
प्रॉब्लम ये है कि इसमें फॉर्मूला नहीं मिलता है ये कुछ का मतलब है कि कुछ चीज होगा
So these were the videos not working. I wanted to show how it actually works. The conclusion that my study showed that it has the potential that it can be used in the medical field and then the and healthcare centers. And this was robots were used for the entertainment purpose like an animatronics. But now I want to use this as these are considered under soft robotics that this could be harmless and can be. I want to the main purpose is how it's gonna interact with humans, what with the collaboration. It shouldn't harm the humans standing behind them. There's no rigid body, and there is a flexible lightweight. And by integrating the artificial intelligence and machine learning was used to analyze the material used the web with polyblack blood appreciate. Yes, any question, anyone? Sahil? Sahil? Sahil, you are a student of this state. Mechanical. Can you let me know what is the degree of failure for this singer? You understand what I am asking? What is the robotics? And I am asking degree of freedom.
Now I would like to
Yes,
first
बेटा. कोऑर्डिनेट करो ढंग से देखो तो सही बेटा ऐसे नहीं करो ना हाँ बोलो सर्कल फिंगर्स it's not really how many no.
Abhinav and Harshit Gupta. Paper ID call. 156 and 167. हाँ जी नेक्स्ट 227 कनिका.
Thank you, Sahil. Now, I would like to call 227 paper number ID, Wednesday Single, for their presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will be single stand here to present our project, AI-driven document intelligence, a comprehensive approach to classification, Q&A handling, and fraud detection. So, in the era of digital transformation, there has been a significant shift from paper to digital documents, which poses a challenge in efficiency and accessibility for both government and private organizations. So, poor document interaction and information retrieval can hinder operational efficiency, emphasizing the need for robust solutions to manage and verify document authenticity. So, our project began by evaluating existing solutions for each feature. For example, traditional CNN architectures, while powerful, were hampered by lengthy training times and required intensive hyperparameter tuning while processing image-heavy documents. Previous research, like the research paper mentioned, also used YOLO to make the predictions, but the limitation was that they used single pass through the entire neural network, which can sometimes lead to inaccuracies in detecting small objects, which had complex features. So for fraud detection, the literature survey included similar document template matching algorithms, where the papers we read had limitations like need of extensively labeled datasets, inefficiency in case of subtle variations, lack of well-formulated results on these variations, and a heavy reliance on OCR for textual similarity, instead of completely leveraging the feature-based matching. The next literature survey consists of the feature of question answering, like the Unison framework was used, which had several challenges, like integrating LLMs with retrieval systems. These tools were either too complex or they were resource heavy and they usually fail to connect to the information smoothly, which makes the retrieval inefficient and problematic for large scale applications. So after that, we defined our research to the main three objectives. The objective one was to classify identity documents like Aadhaar card, PAN card, etc. to successfully integrate a real-time information system from unstructured data and to detect subtle document forgery, which is the goal number three, to detect subtle document forgery by formatting legitimate variations. Now we will dive deeper into our CNN model. So initially we made our own custom CNN model, which had five convolution layers, flatten layer, dropout layer, and four dense layers, followed by the final output layer. Now these layers had progressively increasing and decreasing filter sizes to enable the extraction of increasingly complex features. Now this is the architecture which served as a benchmark model, and from there we began to improve our results. And to accomplish that, we leveraged transfer learning by using BGP16 model, which is the diagram below, with four manually added layers and hyperparameter tuning these layers. Now this helped us achieve a better accuracy. Now let's move to the work done in the interactive query answering features. So how is this happening is that we extract the text from a PDF which user will input, and then we will break that text into manageable chunks. Then these chunks are converted into semantic representations or embeddings. These embeddings are then stored into file index for efficient similarity search. So when a question is asked, the file index would retrieve the most relevant chunks based on the similarity. And then LangChain will set up a question answering chain for the most relevant terms. So this is how this framework is ensuring two things. Firstly, the efficient text processing, and secondly, the insightful response generation. So this slide consists of the work done we did for the template feature, similar matching template algorithm. So this first does what it does is it converts the images to grayscale, then it identifies key features like the region of interest using dynamic threshold. Then we enhance image clarity, for example, to remove noise and perform other operations. Then ORB descriptors help us to extract features in a robust form, and it is invariant to rotation. We then use nearest neighbors ratio to identify local close matches and good matches. And with the help of these ratios, we calculated a similarity score and SSIM score to evaluate authenticity. This is the flowchart which we have used. Now this shows that there are three independent features which as a whole serve to a framework where this part shows ID document classification, which I just explained that user will input the document, then the image processing, the pre-processing of the image will take place, then a CNN model like UGC16 will classify the exact class. Also we can leverage text extraction using OCR to save that ID document details of user. Also for Q&A, the user can upload a single page or a multi-page PDF, then text extraction is done, and the user will count the question, process queries with line check, and the answer will be displayed. So the questions will be asked, user can ask the questions until he or she is satisfied. And in the next feature, user will upload documents, and that document will be compared to a standard template of that particular document class. With the help of ORB, we are calculating its descriptors and key points, and then that is matched, and similarity scores are calculated, and on basis of that, we are identifying whether it is potential fraud or a genuine document. Now this is our results. Now for the CNN part, the results were significantly low when we implemented our custom CNN model, which had 69.44% training accuracy, which was significantly increased to 90.51 when we implemented BGP with additional folder. So this shows that our model's generalization capability increased when we implemented a VDC model with limited data and optimized hyperparameter too. The next table shows the comparison between the LLM model and the word model for technical performance of question answering system. In this, we saw that confidence scores are about 90% for the LLM model, and whereas as the length of the PDF pages increased, bird model significantly reduced its performance. So this is the results for the feature matching. So here we have evaluated several types of documents for authenticity. So the image one, which is the Aadhaar card image, it has like we uploaded a list with significant variations, and it was rightfully flagged as a fraud. And other image, which was a driver's license image, it had just a color variation like black and white image, and it was rightfully flagged as genuine with a higher SSIM score. So this showcases our model's precision in handling variations. Now concluding the project, so we have integrated advanced CNN design and image processing techniques to enhance the document intelligence. The fine-tuned GPT-16 model demonstrates generalization. Also, our template matrix approach authenticates documents by comparing template shapes. So moving forward, we will aim to increase our model's accuracy by increasing the data set, by incorporating sophisticated classifiers, and to ensure continuous improvement. Thank you, ma'am. Open to questions.
Yeah, anyone? Can you differentiate between the training and validation activities?
Yes, so the training accuracy is the accuracy which is calculated on our training data set. So for example, we have 100 data points in our training set. So we can split that data set. For example, we have used 60 data points for training, rest 40 will be for validation. And firstly, we will evaluate the model on the training set, and then we can further, like if we want to increase those results, we will perform hyperparameter tuning. For that section, we will evaluate on a validation set. So that would be the validation accuracy. Both the accuracies are equally important because if the training accuracy is very high but the validation accuracy is not good, that would mean that model is overfitting. It is just learning what we have read. It is not good in generalizing a new data point. So we need to evaluate both the accuracies together and hyperparameter tools further.
And how do you choose the validation data? How to validate that data? You are saying 40% of the data will be that. How?
So we can actually split the data set according to our needs.
I'm saying validate that is good. So how do you validate? Who validation you can accurate 40%?
You are asking like how the validation accuracy is calculated.
For your data.
Yes, so the data set which we have set apart for validation in that particular epoch, the output we are receiving from the model and the output which should have been there, which is the ground truth. We will compare it to that and accordingly we will calculate how many are correctly identified upon the total number of data points which were there. So that would be a validation accuracy.
Somewhere in your project, you told that you are going to first convert your image from a blur image to a grayscale image.
Yes.
Why so?
Because grayscale image has like pixel-wise identification based on the coloring, like we convert it into black and white, so that it is free of noise, it is free of color invariance.
Black and white is grayscale. Are they blurred?
Yes, I think so. Matlab, it is the pixel values are between 0 to 255. So
Black and white is grayscale.
not exactly, but grayscale means to like extract the main, like to extract, for example, the colors may be two like between the spectrum, so we convert it into extremes, black and white.
The idea behind or the motive behind converting a image, color image, that to in a grayscale. What is the idea behind?
Idea behind is that when we feed that image features to the model, those are very much model is able to understand those features better because we have uniform.
But when you convert an image from color to grayscale, some of the parameters, some of the characteristics of the image will be lost.
But we,
Grayscale is better.
but also we are able to eliminate unwanted noise and other things also from that. So it eventually helps in model betterment.
Reason is something else.
I will like look forward to this. I might be getting a little confused.
You need to listen to why we are having this kind of thing. That
Yeah.
for our processing, we are converting a color image to a grayscale. Or say, why color, why gray? If we go for black and white, what effect you will have in your outcome or conclusion, right? All the best for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Princy. Now I want to call Abhinav, paper ID 156.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Avina. I will be presenting my paper. I will be presenting my paper. A computer vision based approach for real-time drowsiness detection using high aspect ratio analysis. So let us go through all the slides one by one. First of all, we have list of content, and we will be having introduction, problem statement, methodology, output, application, and finally conclusion and references. So first of all, drowsiness is a serious issue in driving and in operating heavy machinery. So timely detection of drowsiness is very important. So that will be the main problem statement of this project. Now the traditional methods of drowsiness detection have mainly two issues. First of all, they are not that accurate, and secondly, they are very inclusive. For example, some methods are brain activity detection, some are muscle tension detection, and some are eyeball movement detection. So instead of those methods, we have tried a camera-based approach using computer vision and eye aspect ratio analysis. So here is the problem statement. We will be focusing on mainly three things.
First is accurate detection, second is real-time detection, and third is timely alert to avoid the accident. Here is the methodology. First of all is data collection. We collected many samples from people with eyes open and closed, with specs on and without specs. And we also use computer vision, so we also had the option of live streaming the video and then checking the eyes for drowsiness. Second is place landmark marking. For this, we use Python library, DLIP, which utilizes many machine learning algorithms such as scalable vector machine and CNN. On the basis of those algorithms, it helps us in plotting significant points on the face of user. And second is eye landmark analysis. So in this project, the main points which we are going to use are eye landmark analysis points. There will be 6 points which we will be using to detect drowsiness. Then the second step is EAR calculation and test. EAR is basically eye aspect ratio, and we will use this formula to detect drowsiness. The last part is deployment. So here we can see on the right we have spatial landmark points according to DLIP library. This library has in pointing all those points on the faces of user in real time. And we will be using these points, specifically 6 points of the eyes to detect the drowsiness. We will use the ratio of vertical distance between point P2, P3 and with P6, P5 and P1 and P4. Here you can see the formula. We will use first of all find the distance with vertical distance between P2 and P6. Then the vertical distance between P3 and P5, and we will divide it with the double of distance between the horizontal points. So this formula will give us some values, and we will analyze those values with the data set to predict at which value or at which ratio the eyes are closed and at which value the eyes are open. So for this analysis, we design this graph. Here we can see the eye aspect ratio, and we can see that generally the ratio is around 0.25 whenever the eyes are open, and whenever we have closed eyes, the ratio drops to 0.1. So in this application, we basically process frame by frame video, and whenever we got approximately 20 frames continuously with eye aspect ratio 0.1, we predicted that the user is drowsy. So here we can see output without aspect. This eye marking is done by daily library, and we are using computer vision to live process the video by frame. These are the outputs with tracks on. So let us talk about some applications of this project. First of all, the common one is transportation safety. Other than that, we can also use it in industrial workplaces, aviation industry, military operations, public safety services. In conclusion, you are able to detect drowsiness of the driver or the operator of any machine using eye aspect ratio analysis, and we utilize computer vision based, camera based technology instead of sensor based. And it was very non-intrusive approach, which we did not track the eyeball movement, or we did not go into brain activity directions, etc. It can be simply installed in a mobile phone of driver or the operator, and it can work easily. Thank you, and now if you have any questions, you may ask, please.
Go back to your second slide of concept. Yeah. The first objective is accurate detection.
Yes, sir.
And the second objective is real-time detection.
Yes, sir.
How come?
The accurate detection means we utilize the daily library.
This should be other way around.
Sorry, sir.
This should be other way around. First objective is real-time detection. Then comes the accuracy part of it. You are talking first about accuracy, then the real-time detection.
So yes, because I think accuracy is also very important. Otherwise, the driver will be
I
interested.
like to understand what I'm saying. So objectives when you have written down what you think,
Yes.
One is the highest priority.
Okay.
First of all, in the project, we have to have a detection of a face, or
Yes.
for that matter, eyes.
Yes.
Then only you can go for accuracy. But
Yes.
you are on the very first instance going for accuracy. How come?
So because the library which we are using, it is very pre-trained and very
If
high
something
end.
is accuracy, fine, then the second point is meaningless.
No, sir, but we are using computer vision, so we are using the library. So maybe I will change it.
Now listen. Now the second technical point.
Yes.
You have shown me a image where we are having a stack that is a clear glass like mine.
Yes.
What if a person wears a goggle?
So in that case, obviously we cannot do that with camera. We will need some sensor or some other option.
Your point will falter on that.
Yes, sir, because it is a camera-based approach and we should have clear image in the camera.
The point of view. Second thing is say your driver or say person on the wheel is a person with disability with one eye.
Yes,
One eye
sir.
is permanently closed.
Yes, sir. Then, so in that case, maybe we can modify the program and
In that case, your work will not help.
till now we have not included that, but we can in future work include that as well.
I was trying to give you some insight.
Yes.
The limitations of that.
Yes, sir.
We have done something on a library, but don't restrict you people because whatever presentation I have till now is all Icamc. Don't play with the Python on that level only. You go beyond the area. This will not. This is not going to help.
Okay.
If you would have done something on the limitation part, I would be happy. You have done the most obvious part. The good thing is that you can tell it. If you have this kind of application installed in the car,
Yes.
a person with disability with one eye cannot ever drive the car. Is it
Yes.
so now?
Yes.
Okay, all the best, improve it, right?
Thank you.
Then scope of improvement. Anyone, anyone?
One more thing, one more thing. How many spectrums you have recognized about this? And the cost of the model is adding up so many others.
No, sir, we can work with mobile camera. We have many libraries specifically for mobile.
Then you must have to use a proper angle. ऐसे कैसे करना पड़ेगा ये try कैसे करना पड़ेगा
Yes, sir, but generally nowadays in cars we have mobile holder in the front of the driver so that we can navigate Google Maps, etc.
Thank you, Abhinav. Now I want to call Harshit Gupta, paper ID 167.
So, good afternoon everyone. I would like to present my paper on neural networks and their applications. So, before moving forward, I would like to tell about what actually neural networks are and how come they were even derived. So, neural networks are the computation models and they are inspired by how our human brain works. So, as I can see you all present here, and you all can see me, can hear me, can feel the temperature, and can feel some sort of smell that's in the environment. So, from SMR only. CSC, sir. Computer science.
You are a group of four.
Yes, sir.
So, you just like me or telling the audience about neural network. It is going to be good.
Right.
Thinking part is not there. I just want to understand which you have taken as a research kind of thing. What is the content of the research part that you can you put it for? Don't tell me this thing. It is
Yes.
neural network and this is what. Right? Just show your work that you have built upon from your formula speech.
Sir, it's not a research paper, it's a review paper.
Whatever it is.
Right,
If you just simply take the chapter from the book,
right,
then what does it mean?
right, sir. I can
You
just,
should be able to give certain meaningful sense to it.
right.
Right? So get me that details for that. Yes, sir, I have reviewed this and this is the thing that I have come up with.
Hmm.
Right? Yes, please. Highlight all those points.
Right,
This
so
one.
can I go with this? Because artificial neural networks are occasionally confused with the neural network part. But the artificial neural networks, ANS, they are usually confused with the normal neural network part. But in the ANS, the training only happens in one direction only. They can't move backwards while training, or if we get an error. So to back propagation, we can't move backwards using ANS. But while we use neural network, we can go backwards and we can modify the weights and the training we have given to the neural network. Right. So the artificial neural networks they were present in the world since 1970s, but they have just become popular nowadays. It is because of the data which has become relevant and very vast these days, specifically because of the social media. And the amount of data produced has been increased, and the term big data has become a buzzword. Big data made it easy to train ANNs, and while the classical machine learning algorithms fell short of analyzing big data. Hence, artificial neural networks very well perform on big data, and now they have become a very relevant part in the society. Next, I have criticism on ANN. So, the first term of the neuron, they were actually proposed in 1943. Just the term neuron. Then, in 1957, a layer of the neuron known as the third one introduced the perceptron. In that, we have a layer of neuron, and they all contributed to a single neuron, a single output cell. Then, in 1986, the backpropagation algorithm which was proposed for multi-layer neural network. And from the 2012, the convolutional neural network was proposed, which are very popular in image recognition, sentence classification, and more of the things. Right. So I was talking about the neuron. So this is the structure of neuron. The axon of neuron which takes the input. Then there is dendrite which takes the input to the neuron. Which there the a calculation happens and the activation function is applied, and then the output is released to the next neuron. This is GIF of the classification. Here we have shown a CNN, a convolution neural network, and the two images were given to classify. One is dog and one is cat. So, given the training, we can classify which image is what. Next, in the year 2015, ImageNet dataset, which is very popular among the image training was released, and the very key development, the very big AlphaGo, which can beat human champions in the game of Go. Then we all know about the ChatGPT, the model released by the OpenAI. It was released in 2018, and the significant developments have been made by the OpenAI, and the recent development that was released in this month, few days back, was ChatGPT 4.0 only, and it can handle real-time detection, language translation, video and audio translation, and it can also find the relevant timestamps that happen in the video. You can actually enter your prompt, and GPT 4.0 can find where that thing you are saying through prompt has occurred in the whole video. Next, we have CNN. So, as I already said, that CNN are one of the main categories that are used in image classification.
Sorry, but I'm not happy with that.
Yes.
See, I don't know the flavor of your defect scheme. It is more like a lecture that you generally tell students about neural network. And if we have gone through this, where are the RNN? Have you heard this name? RNN.
Right, sir. Recurrent neural network.
Wherever you started with this in 19 and 2024, but RNN was not there.
Sir, actually, I have included RNS, but the topic for RNS was already included in ANS, so I have removed that.
You are talking about neural networks.
Right.
You are showing us the travel time for neural networks,
Hmm.
and you have skipped the RNN part of it. How come? You have come from NN to CNN,
right.
and you have taken out RNN just because of your own wish.
No, sir, I have already included in the ANS, and the rest part was covered in the CNS.
But it's not fit for the currency. Anything special that you have studied about neural networks, that part, making research kind of part, and it's welcome. You just tell me something that a common class does not know about neural networks. I will be happy in that. But don't tell me specific flat neural network presentation. I'm not here for that.
Sir, we can conclude this topic and then we can conclude back properly.
I'm sorry, I'm not here for the topic. You will go and back question, you will tell me something on this. So please, it's not for a type of lecture. I'm telling you.
Sir, in that case, I would like to conclude my presentation.
If you have something that makes part of the finding of yours, your effort, don't be something like this. You have taken 4 books and you are taking this part and you are starting the presentation over there. It's not seminar. You have to understand this part better.
Right, sir. I
You
will.
have to come with a novelty. What novelty I can see over here? Do you know what is the relation between the number of nodes in the hidden layer and input layer? And for that matter, what is the relation between the number of nodes in hidden layer and output layer?
No, sir.
Then everybody knows that in NN we are having input layer, then number of hidden layer, and output layer. Everybody knows it.
Sir, input, data, and output, I know. But the number,
That everybody knows. That's what I'm telling you.
right.
Please go to the conclusion part. If you have any reviews, then you have some statement to make the statement. In the end, you will ask driver
Right.
to move forward, and you will have this conclusion and give this statement.
Right.
That will conclude the meeting.
Sir, one thing I would like to state about the neural network is ethical challenges. So, neural networks are widely applied in various applications like LLM. Amazon is already using LLM. And so, when you enter a prompt in Amazon, it uses an LLM model to find a accurate, detailed description of the product that you have entered. So, any retailer can make bias description and he can make his product come upwards. So Amazon already encountered with this challenge. Also, Google, when using this neural network, they trained a CNN model, and when they try to generate the images, it was generating images of only white people. So this was also an ethical challenge that both of mega giants have already faced. So as my first point says, addressing ethical challenges in neural network like gender neutralization and biases from language models is vital for developing trustworthy and inclusive AI. Second, ensuring these techniques would ensure fairness, transparency, accountability, and aligning with the human basic values. Because, as I said in Amazon, retailers are already making a loss because some have figured out how Amazon works. They have already figured out the LLM structure and they have entered their bias description. Amazon is working on it, but they have not made yet. And then in the
बोलो बेटे मैं सुन रहा हूँ बस कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि आप क्या बताने वाले मैंने आपका डिस्प्ले जो है आप बच्चे यहीं पे हो तो मैं बताया कोशिश की है बताने की बेटा सेमिनार एक अलग चीज होती है कॉन्फ्रेंस अलग चीज होती है तो उसका अंदर समझना पड़ेगा
right,
सब बच्चे ऐसे ही बोलने वाले हैं तो फिर मेरा बैठना सुनना तो किसी काम का नहीं है, इसलिए हमने आपको समझाया। बट मैं आपको इसकी तारीफ करता हूँ कि अभी तक तुम ही ऐसे हो जो इतने कॉन्फिडेंटली बोल रहे हो। ये भी अप्रिशिएट करना रहा हूँ, अब तक तुम ही ऐसे बच्चे हो जितना कॉन्फिडेंटली बोले हो, 4-5 बच्चे में बोलने वाली बात। मैं सब जो मेरा कमेंट आ रहा है वो आ रहा है कंटेंट,
राइट सर।
तो इट इज नॉट दैट कि सर जहाँ मैं बैठा हूँ जिस चीज के लिए आया हूँ उससे रेलिवेंट मैं आपको कुछ बताने आया हूँ कैसे, और बाकी तो आपके साथ बच्चे हो, आप बीजेपी में काम कर रहे हो, गाइड भी रखते हैं और सब लोग हैं, बट आई अप्रिशिएट योर कॉन्फिडेंस।
In the end, I would like to conclude the presentation that neural networks are basis of everything. Whether it is when you text on your WhatsApp, the auto correction feature, or the next suggestion, whether you speak on your microphone, whether you search on Google, whether you do your assignment from ChatGPT, everything and anything you are facing to AI has somehow in depth is made of neural networks. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone.
आज वाले तो आज ही है क्योंकि हमारा एक्सटर्नल प्रैक्टिकल है, कुछ सर को ही लेना है, तो सब वो ही सर से यही बैठे वो सर कहीं फ्लाइट है नाम
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica, and I'm presenting a paper on advancements in chatbot technology. Comprehensive. Let's understand first what is chatbot. Chatbots are a powerful tool for enhancing user experience across various platforms, industries, from customer service to answering different queries in industries like education and healthcare. This comprehensive review explores the different approaches through which we can create a chatbot and also the different implementations, also the history of chatbot. The chatbots are needed whenever a chatbot is a way of communication. Whenever we use employees instead of chatbot for representing a company, it needed to be the person has to be present 24/7, which is possible only in the case of chatbot. There are two types of chatbot, rule-based chatbot and AI-powered chatbot. The rule-based chatbot works on the basic principle of QA, questionnaires, feedback needed, and it uses options and it works on predefined set of rules and queries to solve the problem. AI-powered chatbot uses NLP, artificial intelligence, and machine learning algorithms to give more personalized views to the user. The chatbot history started with the Eliza, which is considered one of the first chatbots. Eliza comes in 1966 by Joseph Weizenbaum. It was created with the aim to deal with Rhodesian psychotherapists. The aim is to relieve the patient that there is another person or another being that could understand their opinions. So it works with the patients who suffer from this Rhodesian psychotherapist issue. The second chatbot, which is Parry, comes in 1972, developed by Kenneth Colby. It also works with a patient who are paranoid schizophrenia, which is a problem in which there is hallucination or hearing problems, or the patient suffers the issues which are not realistic. The third one, Elisa and Parry are considered doctors in the field of AI. Alice, artificial linguistic internet computer entity, is the first chatbot that works best in the field of AI and NLP in their time period. It also won the award of Lobbyier Prize Turing Test in 2000. It also demonstrates the ability to engage in natural language conversation. These are these three are the chatbot platforms and tools. WordPress, Dialogflow, and Hugging Face are the three tools that can be used to create a chatbot without coding. It does keep the knowledge base and the flow of the conversation you want. WordPress is an open source chatbot platform that offers a visual workflow builder, intent recognition, entity extraction, and analytics tools. It caters to developers with some coding experience who want a flexible and customizable platform. Dialogflow is a Google Cloud-based chatbot platform that focuses on intent recognition, entity extraction, and conversation flow management. It is a good choice for beginners and non-technical users who want to build simple chatbots. Hugging Face is an open source platform by AI models, offering various pre-trained language models and libraries for natural language processing tools. Tasks. It is suitable for experienced developers and researchers who want to build advanced chatbots with custom AI models and fine-tuning methods. Chatbot architecture and working is mainly divided into four elements. First is user interface, how the interface is created that goes on to move to consumer. So with the study of the different chatbots, we have learned that with advancement in AI and ML will enable chatbots to engage in more natural and intelligent conversation, enhancing user use. Addressing the already existing problems, if we address them, there are some better scope for chatbot technology, unlocking chatbot potential to revolutionize user interactions and services, providing personalized and meaningful experience across a wide range of applications. Any questions?
Any names to sites where you plan to find at home?
So Swiggy, Zomato, Byju's.
So that I. Why? What is the relevance of having this chatbot on Swiggy? What is the relevance you find to have chatbot on Swiggy website?
Sir, if I am a company which works 24/7, I have to get employees to work for me 27. If I want any order in Swiggy, the chatbot itself can answer the queries questions by a user. But
But in Swiggy, what kind of question you can expect from the customer? They simply food ordering website. What kind of question answer you just observe on Swiggy? क्या तुमने खाने में क्या अच्छा बनाया है? ऐसा ऐसा बोलते हो स्विगी में? और देखो ये कैरेक्टर को मत खराब करो आप लोग प्लीज। बोल रहे हो बेटा आप कुछ लोग आपने बोला चैटबॉट होता है और दो तीन साइट आपने मेंशन कर दिया। एक्सपीरियंस क्या है कभी चैटबॉट? स्विगी पे करो नहीं पर बताओ बेटा ये वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहे हो तो वैल्यू एडिशन करो अपने आप। ऐसे थोड़ी ना हो जाता है बात। ये सब मैंने सारा सुना बस इसी क्वेश्चन के लिए कि मुझे पर्चा बता दे कि कहीं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का किया हो। अगर नहीं बता पा रहे हो तो आपको मतलब ही नहीं पता लगा कि चैटबॉट होता चाहिए। तो अच्छे से काम करो बेटा। मेहनत करते हो तो अच्छे से करो ना। एक कंक्लूजन तक लेके आओ। ये मिसिंग हो रहा है कि ये अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। मेहनत कर रहे हो यहाँ तक लेके आ रहे हो खत्म करने में लगे हो। ये खत्म करने से नहीं बनती बात है ना। चलो ऑल द बेस्ट।
next students 179 Karthik. All of you will conclude within 5 minutes, and the main points you will target: objective, methodologies, result analysis, and conclusion. Only these points you will display within 5 minutes. Anushi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karthik. My project is image caption generator. So, what my project does in general is it captures an image, it studies the image, and it generates a caption. So, yeah, before 2015, caption generation was a very big task, but after that, attention layer was introduced. So, the function of attention layer was to extract features from specific image. Like if I am giving it an image of my face, it can differentiate between my nose, my tongue, my eyes, whenever is visible. So yeah, I had two approaches. Objective over version was simple. I just gave it an image, it generated a caption and displayed it on English. So, yeah. The workflow was, of course, I collected the data used to data and Provo. These are standard data set for this caption. After that, I did data processing. My main was up to the 55 and I minimized the feature vectors too because that was getting very complex. And after that, I selected a model. I had two approaches. First was CNN and RNN, and second was CNN and transform. And after that, I trained my model, optimized my model, ran the eval score, and I trained it for IS40 evals. After that, I saved my model and wrote an inference code. And after that, I built an UI using Streamlit. My first approach is CNN and RNN. So what it did was, it used a pre-trained CNN model. I took emission net 0. The industry standard is inception V3. But the performance of emission net was way much better. So I chose that. Emission net extracts the features from the images because computer can't just understand the image. So there were numerous features to choose the right feature, use detection mechanism, and after that it transfers the information to RNN. But RNN does it. The difference between RNN and other neural networks is that neural network doesn't depend on the previous input, but RNN does. It does statement based. But this approach was very, what can I say, the accuracy was not that good. So the latest approach is using transformers. The main advantage of using transformer is that it self protection mechanism. So its performance was around 50% better than RNN. And these are my results. Like you can see, I just uploaded an image of my laptop. So the predicted caption was a laptop on a desk. And this is an image of a child. You can see the last caption was a baby sitting on a couch in the living room. So yeah, these are the performance matrices. After 40 years, my testing was for 4.875 and my testing accuracy was 0.87. Okay, so yeah, I like to conclude my project. And the scope of improvement, I think, is I chose the data set which was on Java only. But I had five captions for a single image. But I can't just see if the captions are right and not. The captions should be vivid and the images should be vivid for that. My model can work on real-time application. So yeah, that is the scope of improvement. Thank you. Who was interested, any questions? So I don't think anyone was listening to that. I don't think anyone was listening to.
You are placing there was no audience connectivity.
Yeah,
Like why so?
maybe that was my fault.
And honor is on you, not on the audience.
Okay.
And you are on the podium.
Yes,
That
sir.
is something. It is not something that you just leave the podium. No.
That was a mistake. I forgot to ask the question.
You ask for the leave. Did you say thank you? No.
I don't remember.
I was trying to capture something because you are in a hurry. Again, I'm a human being, I'm having a limitation.
Yes.
So I was trying to connect something. Why this amalgamation of CNN with RNN?
Yes, sir.
Why?
So because the project I made requires two things. Not only computer vision but also
What was the limitation of CNN that RNN helped you out to cover? And likewise, what was the limitation of RNN that CNN helped you to recover?
so yes, sir, I can explain that. So in layman term, what CNN was doing was it was acting as the eyes for this computer. RNN work as a brain. So if we are generating tests, we are giving it a start sequence and sequence. But RNN was doing was connecting those dots. Like it was connecting the first word and predicting what the next word was. So RNN was used there, but the issue with RNN was that it doesn't have its own attention mechanism. So that issue was called with transformer.
Anyone again?
Okay. Sorry, sir.
How a neuron will send the information to that neuron.
So yes, I can explain that. So as you can see here, there is a thing called feature vectors, right? So the feature vectors are just passing one thing to the RNN, and the second thing is then shifted to the attention mechanism. And attention mechanism, let's say, have five options. And we are giving it the right option. We know the result in the training set. So we are making attention mechanism guess the next thing, and if it is guessing the right thing,
What is it? How many neurons transfer something? How many neurons will convey that information?
so there would be a lot, and we
Lot
I don't know the numbers there, but attention mechanism help us. So yes, that's why we are training it now. We are using the loss mechanism. If it is predicting the wrong one, we are increasing the loss. So thank you.
Arushi, 180. A very happy good afternoon to one of our presenters. I Arushi, author of the research paper, a study into the expedition into exoplanet territory. What are exoplanets? Exoplanets are the celestial body which acts as like our planet in our solar system. So, for many centuries, astronomers and scientists are trying to find these exoplanets. What I have applied is KNN algorithm to predict whether the exoplanets exist out of our solar system or not. For that purpose, I have applied KNN in which I have find the K-nearest neighbor algorithm. So first we find the K value which is used to calculate the Euclidean distance between various data points. So the value of K I have taken is 5 to calculate the data points near to our exoplanet. So, so the event which I have used is transit photometric method. So transit photometric method shows the variation in the brightness when the celestial body passes over the star of the another solar system. So for that, we have calculated various objectives of our exoplanet that among 3198 celestial bodies, we have predicted 39 celestial bodies which act like our exoplanet. So exploring the habitability of these exoplanets, I have merged the CNN algorithm with reinforcement learning because reinforcement learning can be used for complex problems. Thank you. Q&A time. 192 Shivam.
सब तुम लोगों ने बोल बोली कर रखी है क्या कुछ किसी से नहीं पूछेगा
आपका इसमें एक ऑब्जेक्टिव आपका ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है इसका प्रेजेंटेशन
To predict the exoplanet.
स्टार्टिंग फर्स्ट राइट में
Sure.
आपने इसमें कुछ मैथमेटिकल या कोई प्रोग्रामिंग कुछ किया
Yes, sir. I have applied CNN algorithm.
तो आपने क्या निकाला है वो रिजल्ट एनालिसिस कुछ एनालिसिस किया कैसे किया
Yes, sir. So I have calculated the K value and then
आपने कुछ डाला किसी चीज के थ्योरेटिकल में डाला है
the theoretical content हमारे साथ.
हमारा जो ऑब्जेक्ट है ऑब्जेक्ट के साथ हमने जो वर्क किया है उसे एनालाइसिस करके उससे थोड़ा सा कहीं तो हल
by any means what you can do of it to be sent or you're taking A to be 5
I have taken K to be 5.
आप देखो बोल जा रहे हो तुम और कह जा रहे हो आपने कहा we have calculated K and now you are saying that we have set K
Because I have taken K as 5 because Euclidean distance factor comes out to be 5. So from 5, I have taken that K value.
talks about that if I take A to be 6 what will happen
There is a contradiction
motivation of what
that we act as suppose we have two labels, one star with exoplanet and one star without exoplanet. So if we take 6, 3 can differ in both the sections. But if we take 5 as an odd value, there is no contradiction.
then why you go from 5 to 3
Yeah, but 5 gives the more accuracy.
then go for 7
Yeah, by taking 5 as K value, we have concluded 92% accuracy in our problem.
if you know this why don't you play with the value of K and listen समझने की कोशिश करें तो थैंक यू हो गया तो
192 Shivam. Next student, get ready. Next student 198 Nandini, be ready.
Good afternoon, teachers. Today where my topic is improving the accuracy of offline facial recognition system. By offline By offline facial recognition system, I mean a system that is able to run locally on a local hardware and doesn't need an active internet connection. What was the main reason that I chose this? Because access control in universities and offices building is one of the major problems that new organization faces. And RFID and in different methods have been used. So the main problem with RFID is rollback and rolljab attacks. Rollback attacks are the employees and students they travel frequently from their offices. Basically, anyone with a good enough RFID scanner can store that information and can gain access to that protected resources in an office building or a university. Facial recognition system as a solution helps to resolve this problem because it is difficult to mimic face recognition with the current technology. But the main problem with face recognition is that I have seen usually deployed in offices and universities that it uses some type of API which first captures the images from a video stream and then sends it back to a server from where the AI model predicts or accurately gives the solution. This increases the latency. So my main objective was to create a facial recognition system that is pose and illumination robust, that is, it can work in different poses because camera doesn't capture the frontal pose face every time and the illumination capacity is also different for different poses. Integrating with existing infrastructure because we don't want any extra burden on new offices and that new hardware has to be implemented. So it CCTV is already there in the office spaces and with other commercial buildings. So this system should integrate with this already in place infrastructure. Simplicity in maintenance and development. So the system doesn't need to have to be retrained every time a new person joins the organization. So the work I have done is chosen a base Siamese neural network. Siamese neural network learns to differentiate between two faces despite of learning the facial features of the human face. It only tells the difference between two faces. And Siamese neural network consists of few neural networks sharing the same weight. It converts an image into a feature a single vector, which is then again given to a different layer, through which a sigmoid function is activated. Then, but the problem with Siamese neural network is its accuracy was not up to the mark. So to increase it, we have used a different loss implementation with data augmentation, and we have compared the accuracy for both of these, all of these models compared to each other. This is an example, original image. Basically, I have written the confidence level of the neural network of given this image, because this image is highly concluded. So we have base neural network with 72% accuracy, augmented image accuracy with different model 83%, and the final model gives an accuracy of 94%. This is the graph of basically accuracy of three different models that I have implemented using different technology. This is the error rate. This data I have basically this is benchmark data compared against to the state of the art such as VGG base and SafeNet that is currently deployed in the official spaces. My model, final model trained with triplet loss and data augmentation achieved a 95% accuracy based on the Cassia 1 million web space. The model was trained on LMW dataset, which is a standard dataset in the image recognition space, fish recognition space. Thank you. Difference between F1 score and accuracy. Yes, sir. You have defined the accuracy, no? Yes, sir. What is the difference between accuracy and F1 score? You calculate F1 score? No, sir. Only accuracy. So my main objective was to calculate the accuracy. Confusion matrix? No. Sir, the main objective was for verification. Yes. Sir, no, detection is easy with our cascade base. I have worked towards recognition and verification. So, no, for detection, I have there is already enough work done.
Small standalone machines that are installed and they mark their attendance by their face recognition.
Yes, sir.
That is common.
No, sir, that's why I have worked because that machine was extra and goes out of the way. Here we can completely become software defined with the existing CCTV infrastructure. Suppose we are in a classroom, everybody is there, the attendance is running was using using the existing CCTV infrastructure.
Now this is going to be a big challenge. I'm not going to just perceive this thing that taking attendance is going to be that easy.
No, sir. That's why we have worked because in the FaceNet architecture, they convert the 2D image to a 3D.
Let's check out this model. Say, if I take the snap of this mountain saw,
Yes, sir.
will it be able to work?
No, sir. Because this is a standard model, some are because
You have checked your model with
we have.
how many people in a image?
No, sir. I have only done synthetic benchmarks.
Only one person.
Synthetic benchmarks on Cassia web page and LFW dataset. The Cassia web page consists of 1 million images.
That image is a solo image or single image.
No, it's a group of images. Sir.
बेटा solo image मतलब image में सिर्फ एक ही इंसान है.
Yes, sir.
Group image मतलब उस image में बहुत सारे लोग हैं.
Yes, sir.
तो जो आपका database था उसमें सारी image solo image थी या group image थी?
Sir, I have worked on basically occlusion. I have specifically chosen images that are heavily occluded. That is only one side of the face is shown.
That's what I'm telling you. You have got somewhere where you are having only one person in the image.
No, I have tested with 10.
You are
Sure. Yes, sir. Scientific.
My name is Nandini and I'm here to present my paper, Translation Technology Literature. Now basically it is a review paper, but it will act as a base work for future research in programming. So basically, we have encountered literature at some point, but have been only marveled at how chapters human existence, but only to visit meaning, translation across cultures. So language diversity historically lays challenges in bridging these gaps, starting the need for translation. Translation describes as conveying a text essence from source to target language has evolved So techniques ranging from manual translation to neural machine translation.
Let's come to the first slide.
Translation technology in literature.
What do you mean by this?
So basically, we are seeing that how literature works, literature text were translated into different languages, so that there will be that a culture, different cultures can see and learn from other cultures as well. And basically, we have studied different technology tools in the past, as it is always said that to move in the future, we have to look in the past first to know what all mistakes we have done and what all we have already done. So we first saw the each stage of development already done, and we basically came up with six major developments and saw how each one had some challenges which was slightly overcome by the next one. So basically, by after reviewing all those challenges, we saw we saw two different approaches, man and the machine, and basically we will conclude how we can combine both and actually work on it so that translation not only just converts the text but also involves the essence of the author, the respect of the culture, and basically what the author was practicing. Like if we can go for example, there's a book very famous, To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. So in English, we can avoid using the pronouns specifying the gender. But in language like Russian, we have to specify the gender. So basically, the essence of that book was lost in translation. So how to overcome that, we basically were trying to do, and it's kind of like a baseline work. So first was a manual
Have you
where
done any implementation or is it review work?
it's a review work for now. So the first was a manual technology, manual translation, where the text was translated word to word. Now, obviously, as it is done by paraphrasing and by human, it consumes much time. And the next was mechanical, where mechanical is, now mechanical here does not mean machine or automation. It means manual guides, which were taken to help in translation. Then in early machine technology, it basically started with machines and it opened the door for like for we could develop more things by when they started in industrial revolution in the early machine era, like as you can see. Then SMT is statistical machine translation. 2 minutes left. Sorry, 2 minutes left. Okay. We basically use a data-driven alternative, but this also has many of the challenges, such as the data training was very vast, handling their language patterns, struggling context and semantic nuances. But the advanced version of it, neural machine translation, was better in terms of these areas as compared to SMT. Then the transformer model and self-conditioning models came, where instead of going sequence to sequence, it started improving it, and it also understood the long range context, and it also needs some work to do, but it's still better than the existing technology. So basically, there were two approaches to translation: math and machine. Math had the math knew the names and text. It also respected the author word, but it was slow, which machine could do better. Machine saves time and also the cost. So basically, what we can do is we can combine both the strengths together. But this mode of translation is not yet developed fully because it has many challenges. Like human translators and machine systems to work them both together, it requires complex infrastructure. So that can be a scope of research for us. And so I would like to conclude that only that agile mode, uh, agile mode can be used to to use both the strength of machine and the man, and also this ethical and cultural consideration regarding authorship, intellectual property, and cultural representation, which requires transparency, sensitivity, and ethical considered guidelines. So basically, it also involves human touch. Thank you.
Beta, what I think you are told not simple translation, you are into what should I say, sentiment translation. Right? You want to add sentiment to the translation, right? So theoretically that is all good. It is all goody goody that you think that is कि अगर ऐसा हो जाता है वैसा कर लेते हैं आदमी करेगा मैनुअल है तो गलती भी ज़्यादा होगी समय भी ज़्यादा लगेगा मशीन चलेगी it is all general. Now I am to the specific part of it. If it is a picture, can you just name any tool that you have encountered through your review? That is any tool, any tool that is there in the market or certain research into certain project that has come up with if this is the topic, people must have taken this and they must have come up with certain output to it. So these all good things that I can see. But when it comes to the contribution part, if you want to have a taste of it, you can use this. I'm missing that part. Can you just let me know? Somehow you are not somehow you wish to put this on the slide but you don't let me. Can you just let me know? Any tool that works this purpose only from where I can have a taste of it. Yes. सभी बहुत ऐसा है आपने कहा कि अगर सिंपल है खाना खा लो कहता है भाई खाना खा लो जिसे सेंटिमेंट बाकी खाने वाला चाहता है कि आप खाना खाएं तो ऐसा हो जाएगा बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा ऐसा हो जाएगा बहुत अच्छा हो जाएगा ये सब कहानी तो मैंने सुनी कोई टूल अवेलेबल है जो इस चीज को दे पाए
सर वो तो कह रहे हैं कि अभी इतना नहीं है जैसे which started this parameter transformer model self-attention machine. But in that also there are many scope of development yet. So in for hybrid mode, it's still it's still not made or developed fully because it is a very complex
Which paper you are addressing to? Let me know.
Sorry?
Which paper in the reference section you are addressing to?
7th one.
7.
Attention is already in advances in neural information processing system. Basically, the latest technology in translation, transformer, self-attention machine. When it goes to sequence to sequence, we actually put importance to all the words and then we combine them with the like जो context है उसका उसके हिसाब से होता है
सेंटीमेंट बोल रहा हूं बेटा मैं
हाँ so this is the latest development that I have found till now and it is already the paper it was there.
But this is long back 2017 now we are into 2024 7 years back.
So after that basically the hybrid mode discussion was started. So I'm basically saying that we have come till now the machine की sentiment थोड़े से ला सकती है but there are still it's still not very foolproof. So that is the scope of this research. Now, जो अभी तक नहीं हो रहा है वो हमें करना है. So as I basically said, I started with the baseline work.
Stop. You are number 190, right?
190.
190.
198. 198.
Okay.
Next, I am get ready. Swayam. Karthik and Vanshika.
क्या नंबर है सर?
97269.
Good afternoon, respected professor. I am Karthik Madan, pursuing CSE Cybersecurity from Icamc Institute of Technology and Management. Today, I am going to present our review paper on exploring the diverse application of thermal cameras.
Author Karthik Madan.
Yes, sir, I am.
Co-author Vanshika. You have for its second year, fourth semester.
Yes, sir.
How come combination? You are final year, na?
I am in second year.
You are in second year only.
Yes, sir.
Very good. तो बच्चा फर्स्ट ईयर का ये बोलना था। I appreciate it. Good. बताया करो ना ये सब किसके चले आप?
The ability of thermal cameras, which is also known as infrared cameras, detect infrared radiation emitted by objects, which transform it into visible images. This paper mainly covers the extensive use of thermal cameras in security, building inspection, industrial maintenance, firefighting, etc. The working principle of the working principle of the working principle of thermal camera is that anything higher above 0 Kelvin emits infrared radiation. That is, warmer things appear warmer, brighter, and cooler things appear darker. The main components of thermal camera is infrared detector, optics, signal processing system. In building inspection and energy audit, the thermal imaging enables building instructor to identify heat leaks, and air infiltration points compromising by the building envelope the integration by detecting temperature differentiates between indoor and outdoor environment. The perimeter security plays a vital role as it helps in protecting facilities like border sensitive and sensitive installations from unauthorized access and intrusion. The main use in industrial maintenance and predictive maintenance. Industrial maintenance is essential for ensuring the reliability, efficiency, and safety of industrial equipment and machinery. It is also helps in medical imaging and diagnostic applications. It helps in non-contact temperature measurement, integration with control access system, enhanced situation awareness, monitoring of quarantine and isolation facilities. It also helps in agriculture applications like crop monitoring management and livestock health monitoring. It mainly helps in research and development of material science and thermology and environmental monitoring, which is in material science and thermology. It is mainly widely used in material science for non-destructive testing, quality control, and research. Whereas in environmental monitoring, it maintains ecosystem dynamics and environment phenomena in various environmental monitoring efforts. The emerging applications of thermal cameras with integration with AI, miniaturization and wearable device, multispectral and hyperspectral imaging, photon counting detectors, and quantum sensing. The future trends and emerging applications, thermal imaging technology continues to evolve, driving innovation and opening up new possibilities across the various industries and fields. For example, like in a, soon we will be soon there will be in industries as for maintaining temperature between machineries and the surroundings around it so that it will machine will work efficiently or it does not harm any problem to labor like when we going with some chemical chemical is in machine there is some chemical in machine it won't harm any labor. In conclusion, thermal imaging technology has transformed the way we observe, analyze, and interact with the world around us. Thank you.
हाँ बेटा क्या सीखा
So mainly थर्मल कैमरा है कि अभी बहुत लिमिटेड जगह यूज हो रहा है बिकॉज ये एक्सपेंसिव भी है और इसकी वाइड एरिया मतलब वाइड नॉलेज भी नहीं है लोगों को तो ये थर्मल कैमरे इसको इसकी यूजेस की जैसे इंडस्ट्रीज में
दो चीज एक चीज जो मैंने स्लैंग कर दी थी उससे पूछूंगा और एक नॉर्मल एक तो ये बेटा बात की थी इंडस्ट्री मेंटेनेंस की और एक बात की थी प्रेडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस की
perimeter security
व्हाट इज प्रेडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस
predictive जैसे होते कि जनरली जैसे हम एटीएम में देखते हैं एटीएम जैसे वो मशीन थोड़ी गर्म होती है उसके लिए एसी लगाते हैं वो एयर सिस्टम क्रिएट करने के लिए जो हीटिंग वेंटिलेशन वो करती है ताकि आसपास एनवायरनमेंट नॉर्मल रहे वो ज्यादा हीटर होगी कुछ खराब ना हो जाए
स्लैंग लिख के आ रहा है प्रेडिक्टिव मेंटेनेंस
उसमें एक्चुअली इंडस्ट्रियल वाला ज्यादा थोड़ा ध्यान रखें
काम कैसे करता है थर्मल कैमरा बाकी का एक्सप्लेन बता सकता है मुझे
जब थर्मल कैमरा एक्चुअली जो इमेज बनती है उसको इलेक्ट्रिकल सिग्नल इमेज बनती है उसको इलेक्ट्रिकल सिग्नल में कन्वर्ट करते हैं जो कि थर्मल विजन क्रिएट करता है
और की बात नहीं है मैं टेक्निकल बात कर रहा हूँ ऐसा तो भी करता है अगर मैं इमेज फोटो से लेता हूँ कैमरे से अल्टीमेटली वो भी सिग्नल में कन्वर्ट होके व्हाट्सएप करता हूँ तो जाती ही है पर वो तो थर्मल इमेज नहीं है
सर तो उसमें इंफ्रारेड वो इंफ्रारेड रेडिएशन का जो एक सेंसर होता है वो मेन यूज में आता है थर्मल कैमरा में
मेजर लिमिटेशन क्या है इस टेक्नोलॉजी की
सर मेनली ये तो एक्सपेंसिव बहुत है
बहुत सारे से चल रहा है बेटा डिफेंस में बहुत यूज होता है थर्मल
सर डिफेंस में यूज होता है इंडस्ट्रियल में ज्यादा वो यूजेबल अभी तक हुआ नहीं
अच्छा बनाओ और अच्छा करो बैठी तो मैं घिसी रहे
हाँ जी ये
हेलो पेपर आईडी
बताइए पेपर आईडी
276
ये टाइम पे
तुम्हारा नेम भी रुद्र लगे आज आ गए हो
Respected professor, I am currently from CSE Cybersecurity, second year.
ये क्या लिख के जाए टॉपिक
Yes, ये फाइल बेसिकली अलाइनमेंट जो है एक्सचेंज कर रहे हैं इसमें इस वाले डिवाइस को क्लियर कर दिया
पुलिस सुंदर सन में आया था लोग लोग के साथ जो अच्छे ये कौन सा आपका
जैसे
कह रहे थे ना
Good afternoon, respected professor. I am currently from CSE Cybersecurity, second year. Today, I am going to present my paper on cybersecurity strategies for agriculture and high-tech cultivation environments.
methodology तुमको ये पढ़ते हो या अपने कॉलेज करते हो ये पढ़ के दिखाओ जरा पढ़ सकते हो ये नहीं बात है पहला तो चलेंगे टारगेट कर दिखाओ हिम्मत से पढ़ के दिखाओ
Sir, the integration.
Cyber security, that too in agriculture. ये अपने आप में बहुत fascinating है. ये सब टॉपिक इसके ही मुझे बता दें कुछ. Cyber security agriculture में कहाँ हो रहा है? Finance में सोचता तो बात होती. पर्सनल सिक्योरिटी की बात करता, प्राइवेसी की बात करता समझ आता. ये cyber security in agriculture. ये आप देखते रहेगा बताना.
Sir, as I'm a cybersecurity student, so basically I was researching about this like field. So like I was reading about different uses of cybersecurity, and I found that agriculture was one of it. So I was really fascinated about it, and then I wrote a like
तो मुझे बताना है
like
ऐसा क्या
sir,
है
our country is like our target is to be developed by 2047, and for that we have to like transform our agriculture industry into a high-tech agriculture environment. So basically, our government is also pushing this agriculture field towards automation and cyber physical systems, etc. So there is always a threat of like cyber attacks in this field. It may affect the crop yield, also the land population. Sir, if like we use machines uh, in abroad for increasing the crop yield, if someone directly attacks on that machine, that can automatically like
attack on machine is not cyber attack, it's a physical attack, my dear. Attack on a machine is not cyber attack, it's a physical attack.
so like someone put malware etc. on that device, like in the software.
Any of the objectives for this cycle which you have failure?
So finally, the second slide and the next slide is finally we are coming to security aspects as far as IoT is concerned. This is the thing. We have put in agriculture just to make it fascinating. Right? ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है IoT के बारे में बात करो.
IoT measure basically if the IoT device is not encrypted, or then like it shows the like the IoT device moreover prioritize on the functionality over security, and often lacking encryption. These devices can be easily hacked, leading to unauthorized access and control, altered data, misconfigured system, or shutdowns for critical operations.
आपने जो स्टडी की है इसमें अटैक पता है.
से ये चैलेंजेस है और इसकी सोल्यूशन आगे
चैलेंजेस में मैं इससे पूछ रहा हूँ अपने क्या रिसीव कर रहे हैं डिवाइसेस है तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ व्हाट आर द क्या व्हाट आर द अटैक्स सो दैट यू आर पुटिंग देम इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ इनसिक्योर. मुझे बताओ ना कुछ पूछ रहा हूँ बिना पहले ही. If something is insecure, you mean that it can be attacked. I just want to know what are the kind of attacks that are possible in this IoT infrastructure as far as your domain, agriculture is concerned.
So there are malware attacks.
How it's happening बेटा आपने ये कंफ्यूजन निकाला है ना इसके लिए आपने कुछ स्टेटमेंट्स पढ़े होंगे तो बड़ा दो स्टेटमेंट इस आपने स्टार्ट वो बताओ आप इसके कंफ्यूजन दे रहे हो.
I think it should allow the student to at least go through for 3-4 minutes
After that, we have some questions and we will clarify them.
Very good, very good.
So go ahead, please.
Correct?
Sir.
प्लीज हाँ वेरी गुड मुझे लगा पीछे आप आगे आइए ना सर प्लीज और जो क्वेश्चन में आपको परीक्षा में सुनिए जाती मैं अगला शॉर्टकट करूँ आप समझ रहे हो ना ऑडियंस बोलती है समझ रहा हूँ मैं बार बार कह के थक जाऊंगा कोई बोलता नहीं है
You should clearly understand that you present your analysis, your results, and conclusion. Skip the story part. And so this is a different paper. So I'm talking about the paper also you have some analysis of something, and secondly you have some conclusion. So make that.
तो बेटा वीडियो भी जब करते हैं आपने क्या सेशन बनाए आपने कहा इंस्टीट्यूट हो गया इंस्टीट्यूट मतलब क्या सर्विस अटैक पॉसिबल को पता होना चाहिए ये रिव्यू है आप कैटेगरी में बना किसी का डेटा प्राइवेसी कंसर्न है मतलब कुछ व्हाट आर द हेड्स फॉर डेटा प्राइवेसी अगर आप मुझे नहीं बता रहे हैं तो सिंपली आप रीड कर रहे हैं तो रीड करने का टाइम आप सोचें कि मैं चलता चला जाऊं मुश्किल है रिव्यू का मतलब है कि आप उस टॉपिक कर रहे हैं आप नॉर्मल ऑडियंस से ज्यादा जानते हैं उनको कुछ कर रहे हैं ऑडियंस पे जो टाइम इन्वेस्ट हो रहा है उसमें उनको कुछ गेन हो रहा है अब सिर्फ क्या होगा तो बेटा उससे तो कुछ गेन नहीं होगा सेकेंड ईयर में हूँ मैं अप्रिशिएट कर रहा हूँ बट जो भी प्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ उससे ऑडियंस का कुछ भला होना चाहिए
So these are the advanced security models for high-tech farming. So there is threat detection mechanism. So there is signature-based detection, behavior-based detection, and so there is anomaly detection technology where we use statistical methods, machine learning-based anomaly detection, and SQL anomaly detection. There is intrusion detection strategies such as network intrusion. If the system knows that whether if there is an intrusion of malware or etc., then the system can automatically shut down its operations and then it will be secure. There is hybrid intrusion detection and there is threat intelligence integration. So the conclusion is that the development and implementation of advanced security models for high-tech farming environment it is very critical for securing modern agriculture system against evolving cyber threats. There is a leverage of machine learning techniques, adaptive response strategies, and comprehensive security analysis. It also aims to safeguard farm operations, data assets, and critical infrastructure. The future focus is on enhancing security and resilience of high-tech farming systems, ensuring sustainability, productivity, and resilience of modern agriculture. The collaboration and innovation in agriculture cybersecurity it is very essential for a secure and prosperous future in modern agriculture. Thank you.
हमारा फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन किसी का भी यही होता है कि आप सब कुछ कर रहे हो नो समथिंग की चले और बहुत कुछ लगता है
सर्टिफाई चाहिए ना है नहीं तुम वाले के लिए कर रहे हो वो स्टार्ट सेशन के लिए कर रहे हो ठीक है हमारे सेशन के लिए हो जाएगा
वही हमारा मतलब था क्या वैल्यूएशन है अब जो है इसी तरह की बात कर रहे हैं क्या वैल्यूएशन है जैसे बेटा प्रोसेस का बात मेरा देखिए बता रहा हूँ ये होना चाहिए करने बात क्या तो मैं क्लास किस बात में करूँगा मुझे यहाँ से मेरा की
अब आप एक बच्चे मैं ड्रॉप ऑफ एक बच्चे का नाम देखो वो बच्चा
बोलेगा तो समझ में आएगा ना ठीक है तो दूसरी आवाज हम तेरा ज्यादा ना कि तुम ना बोल दो अच्छा बड़ी बात को बार बार बोलो बोलो बेटा किस बात का ये बोल
एक ही कौन सा
मन होता है तो बच्चे ने काम किया, बच्चे ने टाइम लगाया हो तो टाइम पे लगाओ, बच्चा टाइम नहीं लगा, लैपटॉप लेकर उसका परसों भागता है। तो ऐसे ना जो मॉडल लगाया वो ही पता, इन तीन मॉडल लगाए, एसडीएम लगाया, रैंडम फॉरेस्ट लगाया और लॉजिक लगाया। इसको कंपेयर करके क्या कौन सा क्या फॉर्मूला है?